Good morning. My name is Dinah Pounds and I am the Mayor of Cambridge. I would like to welcome members and the public to this annual council meeting of Cambridge City Council. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Pease Hill side of the building and exit via the Pease Hill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. Public toilets are located opposite the Seged room. Water is available from the water machine outside the committee rooms. Members of the public watching may see councillors using laptops and phones during the meeting. This is because many of us now use our laptops and phones to read the agenda, information pack and speeches, and it enables us to contribute to the meeting in an effective way. Members, just to remind you that as this meeting is being live streamed for the public, that what is on your laptop and phone screens might be caught on camera. For information, the business meeting of the agenda will take part in the afternoon when we will have concluded the ceremonial part at agenda item 9 and after we have had lunch. As we move down the agenda, I would like to ask all members to be concise with their contributions. I will ring the bell when you have half a minute left and then again when your time is up. We will now have a few moments reflection while Reverend Devin McLachlan will speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and what an honour it's been to be serving as Mayor's Chaplain this year. Today, the Church of England commemorates Helena, who is known as the protectress of the holy places. And for those who know Jerusalem well, she is an important figure in the history of Christian sacred sites in that city of many faiths. But it seemed especially appropriate as we have our annual meeting to think about all our holy places here in this city, for synagogues and mosques, temples and chapels and churches, but also places like this chamber, our public green spaces, our market, our homes and houses, our places of shelter, our places without shelter. To consider our responsibilities as neighbors, as brothers and sisters, to care for our spaces and our communities, that we might shelter one another, that we might show one another the love which we wish to receive, that we might give to one another the safety and respect and dignity that we would hope for all people. So my prayer this day is that our work in this chamber is to be the protectors of all those holy places, to take that responsibility with joy as well as seriousness, and to give thanks for the gift that we have been given in being part of this city of Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin, and thank you so much for your service all this past year. We now move to election of honorary councillors. Members, before we move to the main agenda, I would like us to vote on the election of honorary councillors as recommended by the Civic Affairs and Audit Committee. Councillor Russ McPherson, would you like to say a few words?
You'll be delighted to know, Chair, that I'm not going to say a few words because there'll be enough words later, but we do have three proposed honorary councillors which were passed unanimously at the Civic Affairs Committee, and I see no reason why they shouldn't be so today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So the following members have met the criteria to be nominated: Richard Robertson, Anna Smith and Baiju Titala. As per the Constitution, a 2/3 majority is required for these to be approved. Members, could you signal, please, whether you are happy to approve these? Thank you very much. The appointments are therefore agreed. Thank you. So this has probably been the busiest but also the most rewarding year of my life as Mayor of Cambridge. It's been a huge honour to be Mayor and first citizen. Cambridge is such a special place in so many ways, not just because of its beautiful historic architecture and green spaces, but also because of the wonderful, diverse people who live here. When I became mayor, I said my aim was to bring people together through arts and culture and enjoyment of our green spaces, and to use my mayoral year to strengthen the links between university and city for the benefit of all our residents. It has been such a pleasure to see how closely we do now work together, and the Town and Gown soap opera seems to be something of the past. It is, of course, except for the quirky ceremonies and the fancy dress, which we all enjoy wearing. As mayor, I have seen many events where residents can access beautiful college buildings. There has been a huge investment in the Arts Theatre. The Botanic Gardens runs a terrific outreach programme enabling children from all over the city to come into the gardens and enjoy and learn about them. And we all appreciate our amazing hospital and the groundbreaking research that the university undertakes there for everyone's benefit. You will be pleased to know that I didn't follow the example of Mayor John Mortlock, whose handsome portrait hangs on the wall in the mayor's parlour. He served as mayor 13 times. He was also the MP. He was also the town recorder. He famously stated, "That which you call corruption, I call influence." He sold off much common land across Cambridgeshire to his friends and relatives, gaining vast wealth and profits, and he even offered to sell Parker's Piece for the new Downing College to be built on. Fortunately for the town, they thought it too small, and so we do still enjoy our green space today. As William Morris said, art is all around us and a source of solace and a sense of well-being and happiness, which is so important to our lives. And I have been so impressed by the cultural offer from our brilliant civic events team, and a huge thanks goes out to them. I do hope our civic quarter plans, which will make Cambridge City Centre an attractive place for everyone to live, work and enjoy, bringing their families to, will also come to fruition. And it has also been such a privilege to be able to share in so many community events, and we have celebrated very many special people who give so generously of their time to their communities. Pleasure events like the Mayor's Day Out, where it was great to see so many older residents enjoying themselves. I would like to give a special mention to Squadron 104, who offer young people the chance to broaden their horizons and gain a sense of fulfilment through taking part in a wonderful range of activities, especially outdoors, and also including for girls. Earlier this year, we visited the charity Winter Comfort. It brought into sharp focus the needs of the less well-off in our society and how important our support as a council is through our community grants and to the many charities who provide such important services. And I have been truly touched by the many people who give their time, skills and energy freely to help others and who are such linchpins in their communities. I've also seen how so many of our council staff give over and above to provide thoughtful and life-enhancing services for our residents. I recently attended a dementia event held by Adam Brooks' neurological department. In addition to hearing about the amazing work taking place by researchers to find cures for this terrible disease, we talked about how we as a council can help with quality of life for dementia sufferers. Just coincidentally, the next day, in conversation with one of our open streets operatives at a mayor's breakfast on the market, he said to me, "Part of our work is to go around our sheltered homes and advise on their planting so that residents always have something to look forward to when they come downstairs each morning." Such a perfect example of how lucky we are to have such people working for us here in Cambridge. I have been very pleased to support Cambridge Living Streets and Adam Brooks' neurological department as the Mayor's two charities this year. They both tie in with my themes of enjoyment of the outdoors and active travel. So thank you to Professor Hutchinson for being with us today, and also David Stoughton, who's not made it, no, from Cambridge Living Streets for joining us. I do hope that the support I've been able to offer you has been helpful to the terrific work you do for our residents. And just to give you one last plug, I would like to say, please walk or cycle to work if you can. Enjoy the streets and the beautiful architecture around you as you go. Report any potholes, broken pavements, or poorly designed crossings. And do please wear a cycle helmet. It's also been hugely exciting for me as Mayor to learn about and experience some of the rich heritage of Cambridge. This year we've held so many special celebrations. We've commemorated 80 years since the end of the Second World War, 150 years of the Corn Exchange, providing excellent entertainment, 75 years of Cambridge as a city, and 60 years of twinning with Heidelberg and a renewal of our friendship. That's just to name a few. Our exchange visit with Heidelberg was particularly fruitful. We and our respective universities have many similarities in ambition as well as town history and structure, and there is so much that we can learn from each other. Their mayor was bowled over by King's College Chapel and also by this beautifully designed council chamber. And he took a particular shine to this chair. He was bowled over by their magnificent new concert hall, built within a heritage building and bringing past, present and future together. The interest from so many of our residents in these events and in our history and our heritage have given credence to my belief that understanding and sharing our culture and traditions gives people a sense of place and belonging, which is so important in their lives. I have shown many different groups of all ages around the Guildhall and talked about local government and experienced their enthusiasm to learn about what makes Cambridge such a wonderful place to live in and to visit. Finally, I would like to say how proud I am to have been representing this council. It didn't surprise me to learn that 40% of Cambridge residents were not born in this country and that more than 80 languages are spoken here. Given this level of diversity, we experience very little tension and our community groups across the city are thriving. And I've been able to share in some fabulous celebrations. The town bumps, that was a lovely river event. The Chinese dragon boat races, where the city councillor team did spectacularly well. Christmas celebrations, lights across the city were absolutely lovely. We had some stunning Chinese New Year celebrations and events, which Adam and I have also been able to take part in and play our music, and there have been many, many more. Being able to keep alive traditions and culture is very important to communities, but also being able to share in other cultures brings people together in friendship. More than one person has said to me, what is so good about Cambridge is that everyone is everywhere. There is no segregation of communities. People can live where they choose, and they feel confident enough not only to celebrate their own culture, music and traditions, but to invite the mayor and the rest of the city to their events, the enrichment and enjoyment of everyone. And this is a compliment not just to the residents of Cambridge, but to you and to the City Council for our welcoming and supportive policies which allow all our residents to flourish. Thank you. So now we move to the first item on the agenda, and I call for nominations for the office of Mayor for the ensuing municipal year. Do we have any nominations? I'll go around the room then. Councillor Thornborough, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Friday, 8th of May, we woke up to a bit of an earthquake on this side. In the morning to the afternoon, our room for Cambridge Labour had quite transformed. Certain doors had slammed shut and other ones had been opened. And since then, we have thought long and hard about where we are. We have looked at every opportunity that the changed circumstances of the councillors and how each individual councillor within my group, what opportunities and challenges we face. We've explored carefully as a group about what we feel would be the best for the city, the best for this council, and the best for our group, individually and collectively. And on behalf of my collective group, I would like to nominate Mark Ashton for the position of Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dryden. Does he want to speak? Would you like to speak?
Well, a pleasure to second Councillor Ashton. I only knew less than 2 hours ago I was going to have to do this, so, and I didn't know Mark was going to be nominated as Mayor, but still pleased to do this. So I've got a few notes I can read out, which I just got out from what I've done 2 years ago. Anyway, so Mark was born in Rochdale in 1951, and he was one of 5 sons to Jim and Brenda Ashton, and he went to the local schools there. Then he went to Hollings College, Manchester. He graduated the Institute of Meat Certificates, the Royal Society of Health Certificates, Meat and Poultry Hygiene, the Royal Institute for Public Health and Hygiene, and a certificate for college diploma for food and safety at Hollings University or College. Mark then worked for the council there, Wardle Urban District Council. His roles included a meat inspector, drain digging, a dustman, known as the best dustman in the area. Then Mark moved to Cambridge, working for W.J. Atkins, which was based in Cherry Hinton. Mark was a production controller in charge of the sausage and burger production, which one of the burgers was the famous Wimpy burger, so I've been told. Then followed a move to Cambridge City Council, where he was an authorised meat inspector when we used to have 3 abattoirs in the city at that time. After 7 years, Mark made the move into the world of business, working for the Rankhovers McDougall, based in Leeds. And Mark was their technical advisor for East Anglia, working with firms such as Birdseye, Vernon Matthews, supermarket chains, Marks and Spencer, Sainsbury's, Tesco's. Mark progressed to the key accountant executive manager for the company. He was then headhunted and moved to DC Industrial Limited, taking on a divisional manager of coatings division, responsibility for the UK and the European sales. After further moves in the food industry, Mark came back to Cambridge and he worked for the Daily Bread, a Christian co-op. Mark then decided to retire early, given more time to these organisations, and volunteered for the Barnells preschool group in the Abbey ward, Darwin Nurseries along Newmarket Road, and helping the C3 Church, which he still does now, free community lunches on a Friday, so busy doing that. Also, he looks after the Royal British Legion Garden in Cherry Hinton on the High Street, and he's always helping other residents with local matters. Elected to the Cherry Hinton ward in 2011, and he's served on all the committees, barring the licensing. Mark was previously mayor in 2022-23, and he celebrated his golden wedding anniversary to Barbara. 54 years he's been married in August, so another celebration there coming on. He has a son and a daughter, 5 grandchildren between them. Mark's been very proud to live in Cherryton, and since moving here, he's our current chair of the Residents Association. He does have sometimes hobbies. I know in the past he was a regular dart player in one of the pubs. He also played football for a village team, and while he was at college, he walked 54 miles from Lancaster to Manchester to raise money for charity. And then moving to Cambridge, he played football for the Labour Romsey Labour Football Club. And one of the highlights then was playing at the Abbey Stadium in the local cup final. And Mark still goes to the Cambridge United, even now, to support the team. So we've got, again, a double celebration. If he does become mayor, also the promotion of Cambridge United, which was, I know he was very pleased with that, so am I. And finally, well, a lot of people know Mark for the man in shorts, but not today, although he's looking to see if he can get some Mayoral shorts for the future. Thank you. Congratulations. I hope so.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryden. Do we have any more nominations? Councillor Dale, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am delighted to propose Amanda Taylor as Mayor of Cambridge City Council for this new civic year. This council, as Councillor Thornborough has noted, has just emerged from an election that delivered genuinely new political landscape, and one that places a premium on people who can bring all of us together. And I believe that Amanda Taylor is exactly that person. Amanda has given more than 3 decades in public service in Cambridge. She served on this council from 1994 to 2012, and then on Cambridge County Council from 2013 to 2021. She was one of Cambridge's first executive councillors. She served as a bailiff at civic events over many years and has chaired major committees. She has served in administration, in opposition, and in every role she has been guided by outcomes for residents and not by political advantage. I think Amanda's record speaks for itself. Amanda led a bus stop watch campaign in the 1990s that held bus operators to account through patience and evidence gathering, and a persistent campaign that led to real improvements to services that our community relied on. Amanda spent a week living in sheltered housing to personally document the dangerous temperatures, and the findings from that led to a direct replacement of schemes that completed in 2003 that protected elderly residents from the cold that could have killed them. In this chamber, Amanda delivered unanimous cross-party support for a fair trade motion that gave Cambridge its fair trade city status. At Shire Hall, Amanda delivered unanimous county backing to improve support for people with motor neuron disease. These are not the achievements of a partisan politician. They are the achievements of someone who puts Cambridge first every time. And there is something particularly fitting about the nomination today, because for years, long before many of us thought about joining this place, Amanda campaigned for what we then called Adam Brooks train station, and now know as Cambridge South. This year, as mayor, if she was elected, she would have the honour of representing the city at its opening. And this is what, for me, is what patient, committed public service looks like. You keep going, you make the case, and eventually the city catches up with you. Closer to home, I would note that Amanda has represented Queen Edith's ward for years, and if we're honest, the ward has never quite noticed when she wasn't their councillor. Even during the brief periods when Amanda was not sitting, residents continued to contact her with their problems, their planning concerns, any housing issues, because when you've spent decades solving people's problems, they tend not to pause to check whether you're still on the council. This meant that when Amanda did return this year, she was duly elected in May with a majority of 947, which I think is the largest personal mandate of any council elected on the 7th of May. And that is in a city where most results were tight and fiercely contested. But Queen Edith's residents delivered a verdict that I think transcended party lines entirely. And I think this is what the role demands. Amanda embodies the kind of public servant whose reputation is built not on political loyalty, but on decades of showing up, listening, and getting things done. She is, in the very best sense, a reminder of why we all came to this place. The role of mayor demands someone who can chair the council fairly and with authority, and requires the trust of every group in this chamber. Amanda has worked constructively with councillors of every party throughout her career. She has no axe to grind, and with no deals to deliver, she brings exactly what I think this moment brings: experience, integrity, and a genuine instinct for common ground. I should add, on a final note, that those of us who know Amanda well do know that she still navigates Cambridge with the same trusty A to Z map book that she's always used. So Google Maps will never know where she is, and sometimes we don't either. So I do ask that the Sergeant at Mace does take particular care in ensuring that Councillor Taylor arrives at every engagement in good order, on time, and pointing in the right direction. But those sort of slights aside, Cambridge has a really big year ahead. It needs a mayor who's going to command the respect of this whole chamber, whose record of service speaks louder than any party affiliation. And I believe that Amanda Taylor is that person. So I commend Amanda Taylor to the council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dale. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bick.
Madam Mayor, I would be privileged to second the nomination of Amanda Taylor. I've known Amanda since I arrived on this council in 2008 and knew her and worked with her closely until 2014 when she wasn't. I only found out afterwards that though I got to know her in 2008, she'd actually been serving on the City Council for 14 years before that. So her service here is not in doubt. Her understanding of what the City Council's vocation is inside this city is very clear. I will share a few more elements about Amanda. She works for Cambridge University Press and has done for many years. And as a major local employer, they have proved their willingness to support a previous mayor of this council. I believe Amanda is a practicing member of the Anglican Church, but as a small L Liberal as well as a big L Liberal, she is open and respectful to those of other faiths and those who don't have a particular faith. In her absence from the City Council since 2014, she has continued to support the civic events of the council and has been a frequent attender at many of those, I think demonstrating also her commitment to carry forward the civic traditions. I'd also say that although the role is not a party political role, the fact that Amanda has served as a county councillor for 2 terms is actually, I think, a useful symbol as we move towards local government reorganisation and a unitary council, because it means that we are anticipating the future, we are recognising the current partners that we will be in some fashion amalgamated with, and I think it's quite a thing to have that as a symbol at the head of this council, even though we know that the political work will be done by others. So I have no hesitation in believing that Amanda would be a fantastic mayor for us all and would encourage those willing to support her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bick, and now Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Mayor and fellow councillors. We've just heard from 2 great candidates, Mayor. I now want to tell you about the third, who may be rather newer to you. Maria Clemenson is over there. She is a long-term Abbey resident, an officer in our largest residents' association, and a mum. She also volunteers for Citizens Advice Bureau, and where she's been very supportive to some of our most vulnerable residents. But most of you know Maria as one of the team behind the project to rescue the historic church of St Andrew Vallessa and bring it back into community use. And the Church of St Andrew Vallessa is well known in Cambridge for two reasons. First of all, it's known as a football church. I know we have many CUFC fans around the chamber. Some of you may know that CUFC's first football team actually started as the choir boys for the St Andrew the Lesser Church. So the church is historic for that reason. The second reason is it's the site of the only parliament held outside Westminster. Yes, we actually had a parliament in Cambridge. Sadly, the church has fallen into disrepair, and Maria and some other dedicated local residents are dedicated to bringing it back into repair and making it a community centre, because we badly need public spaces in Abbey. But it's not just a community space. It has been very sad to see our heritage crumble in Abbey, where we have 3 historic sites which are still at risk. So Maria, as mayor, will respect our heritage as a city and honour it. She will also be an advocate for our homeless, our most disadvantaged citizens in this most unequal of cities. So I'm proud to propose Maria as our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Tong.
I'm happy to second. I don't really want to use too much time speaking on this. I think Councillor Clemenson would be absolutely fantastic in the role. I think that not only do they have the experience as a resident in Cambridge, but also they really want what's best for residents. And I think they're going to facilitate what are going to be very constructive discussions.
So, our wonderful electronic voting system cannot cope with this, I'm afraid. So, Dan on my right is going to roll call members and ask you just to say which nominee you would like to support. So if you can kind of log where you are in the alphabet and be ready to speak, then it shouldn't take too long. So I'll hand over to Dan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, members, as we have 3 candidates for Mayor, I will roll call each member and ask for which candidate they wish to vote for or abstain. Once the voting is complete, the candidate with the lowest votes will be taken off the list and the new vote will be taken. So, start with Councillor Ashton. Councillor Bajan. Councillor Bennett.
Maria Clemenson.
Councillor Bick. Councillor Bird.
Mark Ashton.
Councillor Blackburn-Horgan.
Amanda Taylor.
Councillor Clemenson. Councillor Clough. Councillor Dial.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Davey. Councillor Davidson. Councillor Dryden. Councillor Fisher. Councillor Flaubert. Councillor Garner-Smith. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood. Councillor Gloudsberg. Councillor Griffin. Councillor Grimwood. Councillor Haithcock. Councillor Hock. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Illingworth. Councillor Martinelli. Councillor McPherson. Councillor Moore. Councillor Nestor. Councillor McManus. Councillor Pora.
Councillor Amanda Taylor.
Councillor Sage. Councillor Shield.
Councillor Mark Ashton.
Councillor Smart.
Councillor Ashton.
Councillor Swift.
Councillor Ashton.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Todd Jones. Councillor Tong. Councillor Toy Scott. Councillor Wade. Councillor Whitmore. Councillor Young.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just tallying up the votes first.
So the result is that Councillor Ashton has 18 votes, Councillor Taylor has 11 votes, and Councillor Clemenson has 12 votes. So Councillor Taylor, I'm afraid you are eliminated from this, and we now have to take another round of votes.
Thank you, members. So as per the previous round, I will call out each councillor, and if you could let me know if you're voting for Councillor Ashton, Councillor Clemenson, or abstaining. Councillor Ashton. Councillor Badent. Councillor Bennett.
Councillor Clemenson.
Councillor Bick. Councillor Bird.
Councillor Ashton.
Councillor Blackburn-Horgan.
Clemenson.
Councillor Clemenson. Councillor Clough. Councillor Dial.
Councillor Clemenson.
Councillor Davey. Councillor Davidson. Councillor Dryden. Councillor Fisher. Councillor Flaubert. Councillor Gardner-Smith. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood. Councillor Glasberg. Councillor Griffin. Councillor Grimwood. Councillor Haithcock. Councillor Hogg. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Illingworth. Councillor Martinelli. Councillor McPherson. Councillor Moore. Councillor Nestor. Councillor Nestor. Councillor McManus. Councillor Pora.
Councillor Clemenson.
Councillor Sage. Councillor Shield.
Councillor Mark Ashton.
Councillor Smart.
Councillor Ashton.
Councillor Swift.
Councillor Ashton.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Todd Jones. Councillor Tong. Councillor Toy Scott. Councillor Wade. Councillor Whitmore. Councillor Young.
Councillor Clemenson.
So, Councillor Ashton, you have 18 votes, and Councillor Clemenson, you have 23 votes. So you are duly elected as Mayor of Cambridge for 26-27. Congratulations. So now we just have a few minutes pause while I go and take off this beautiful fancy dress for the last time and which we hand over. I have, just before I go, noticed that one of the honorary councillors is here, and I looked and I hadn't noticed. So Councillor Richard Robertson, congratulations on becoming an honorary councillor. And obviously I did need to go to Specsavers because I've also noticed that Councillor Baiju Titala is over here as well. Congratulations.
I'd now like to ask the Chief Executive to come up and the Mayor to sign the declaration of office.
Mayor Clemenson, having been elected to the office of Mayor of Cambridge City Council, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil its duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. Hi, I just want to say how hugely honoured I am to have been elected to this position. I hope to be fair and approachable, and I'll do my best for this council and for this city. I moved to Cambridge about 14 years ago now, and becoming involved in the community and working with the community has been one of the greatest joys of my life, and to have achieved this honour is very moving, and I look forward to doing the very, very best for you. Thank you. I call for nominations for the appointment of Deputy Mayor. Councillor Dazza?
DL.
DL, apologies.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations on your elevation. I would like to nominate Councillor Taylor as Deputy Mayor. I think members can refer to my previous speech as to why.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davison.
I'm largely seconding what was said before, to be honest. I mean, I think it's very important that the role of mayor is both impartial and for the good of the city, and I can't think of someone better to ably assist our new mayor than Amanda Taylor. Thank you.
Are there any other nominations? In which case I declare Councillor Taylor Deputy Mayor of the City of Cambridge for the ensuing municipal year 2026 to 27.
I'd now like to ask the Chief Executive to come up and sign the declaration of acceptance for the office of Deputy Mayor.
I, Amanda Joan Taylor, having been elected to the office of Deputy Mayor, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability.
Agenda item 3, resolution of thanks to outgoing mayor. We now move to the resolution of thanks. Can I call for a member to move a resolution of thanks?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to be the second, I believe, to congratulate you on your new office. And members, you'll be delighted to know that I didn't know I was going to have to say a few words and make this speech until I actually got into the chamber. So I have no notes, so I promise that this speech will be over before bedtime. So, well, they do reside in the car. I can give you a few tunes a little later on, if that helps. Madam Mayor, I would like to express a vote of thanks to Councillor Pounds. And it's not a difficult thing to do, to be fair. I didn't really need to think about it too much. From the many events that Councillor Pounds actually attended, the first thing that most people notice, and certainly the first thing I noticed, and in fact as I noticed that I got here today, even though it's a very last few minutes, and having sat in that chair myself, I know what that handover is like. It's quite difficult. It's the end of an era. And Councillor Pounds, as always, stood outside the door with a big smile on her face. She has been so welcoming, and she brings such a charisma to every single event that she's been a party to. And even as a professional musician herself, and of course Adam, who sits beside her as her consort, because you can't do that job alone, so let's not forget Adam. And even as the two of them are accomplished musicians, I do not believe I saw on any occasion one single smirk as I was playing the pipes at many occasions. Now, I think the reason for this is because the pipes do produce about 120 to 130 decibels, and I know where they live. So I think that might have something to do with it. But I think having the interests and the professional interests in music and being used to actually speaking to audiences and performing to audiences and sometimes falling flat on your face musically in front of audiences was a really, really good start for the mayoralty. And I can remember saying to Diana some years ago, 2-3 years ago, edging her on to apply for deputy mayor. I must have said that to her many times because I thought she would be absolutely fantastic, and she is. And as Councillor Vick said, it is a role that it's not about party politics, and Councillor Pounds never did that, and she was welcoming to all. But the other role that the public don't see quite so much is this one. And believe you me, it's not easy sitting up there. It really, really isn't. It's much more complicated than you might think. And again, Diana did that with such smoothness that you wouldn't realise that she's pedalling like mad underneath the desk. It can be really, really complicated, especially the voting system. Isn't that cracking? When you have motions and then amendments to motions and amendments to the amendment to the motion, which was amended in the first place, perhaps before we got here and afterwards. And then you think, hang on a minute, what am I voting for? And this is really quite difficult. So I think I will say a word of advice to our new mayor. Don't worry about it. These guys are in actual fact very kind when you sit up there. And I can remember the first time I was mayor and I got in such a pickle. I can remember, Simon Carroll remember this, but I stopped the meeting and I said, I have no idea what we're voting on. Does anybody else know? And as it happened, everyone was as confused as me. So we should not be afraid to actually speak up for that. Diana, you were absolutely fabulous, Mayor. You truly, truly were. You brought such poise and such a smile, and the way you lifted every event was really, truly wonderful to see. Thank you both, Adam and Diana, for your service this past year. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Lovely, thank you very much and welcome. Well, Dinah, what can we say? What a year you've had. I can remember us having the discussion, you kept saying, no, I don't think I could do it. I won't be good enough. But you've been absolutely fantastic this year. And it's a hard job, because I know I've been in there as well. And your whole life changes completely for that year, as you know. You get no time to yourself. You're busy at events. You meet hundreds and hundreds of people. And my best thing I enjoyed was meeting the kids and let them play with the chain, which, you know, perhaps we shouldn't, but hey, the kids want to touch it. But no, I'm just so pleased for you, Dinah. You've got some fantastic memories there. And all our group, and I think everybody in the chamber, has to agree that you were fantastic. And to you, Adam, we can't forget the consort, because the consort has to work just as hard as the mayor. And I know you've been to all the events. So thank you too, Adam. All right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bick.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Congratulations to you. It's a lot's been said about this being a non-partisan role, which is really the truth, and we better believe it and better be what we get. But so I'm speaking on this as actually a member of Councillor Martinelli's winning team in the Mayor's annual quiz. So when I say we, think of the rest of the quiz team. But of course that is an emblematic event and one of many that the Mayor hosts throughout the year, and this was no exception. It's a role that requires a lot of energy and dedication and time, personal time. I think as Councillor McPherson has said, the sitting up front and regulating the business of all of the rest of us is possibly, I imagine, one of the most difficult parts of it. It's the case that we haven't agreed with everything that the Mayor has ruled over the past year, but I think that's maybe inevitable. We would say that the Mayor, former Councillor Pounds, has been clear and firm, and I would personally testify to the fact that she has been willing to listen to input in how the role is conducted, which I think is appropriate and it's benefited from that. I think the institution has benefited from a strong theme, something that the Mayor has brought personally to it, and clearly it is Councillor Pounds, former Councillor Pounds' interest and capability in music, and I think that we've all been delighted that the mayoralty has been infused by that over the past year. So on the basis that this is public service and that we are pleased and proud that, that this is carried out on for us, I think that former Councillor Pounds has done a great job, and I would like to associate myself with this motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor. This is not a hard job to do at this council, to thank our outgoing Mayor, former Councillor Dinah Pounds. I can certainly attest to the energy and the time that you need to devote as Mayor. It's a full-time job. You've had a couple of mayors speaking already in support of this. I want to say I want to thank former Councillor Pounds for being so hard-working, using her influence in the best possible way. No more clocks here. Who also owns his own bank, I better say. Supporting volunteers. She's done a great job in that, recognising the diversity that we have in this city. And we have so many volunteers working across groups, across ethnic groups, across our demographic groups, and supporting that. And I think having a good theme is actually very, very useful as mayor. So I'd support Mayor Clemenson in thinking about what she would like to focus on. But really, I mean, the arts, culture, green space, all those things that Councillor Pound had in her themes, really important. I want to say, in terms of her being hardworking, she assisted me in the spring of my mayoralty. Came to events with me at Clay Farm. There was an arts event with the Indian community and several other events that she came to with me. That's not normal. I had to, as I'm widowed, I had to have 3 consorts to help me. So I'm going to thank Adam for his support to her. Really important. And the other thing, with her incredible poise and light touch, Dinah has worked to get the council, the main council, our meetings run efficiently within a shorter time frame. The council meetings could go on forever. And she's also really understood the historic nature of this civic role and how important this can be in terms of our influence and in terms of how we support the city. And this is going to be even more important as we move to a unitary authority. It's been a great year. Thank you very much, Dinah. Her 2 charities, I think that also shows how she's managed to cross the universities and city divide in Addenbrooke's, because we have so many ARU and so many Cambridge University people working there in her support for the neurological services and department and their charities. So I just want to, yet again, thank you. Oh, I also want to say how well she has managed our international focus. We're an international city, and we have 2 twin cities, Szeged in Hungary, Heidelberg in Germany, and she's really managed to bring back our links with Heidelberg, hosting their mayor and also going to Heidelberg herself. It wasn't just following the royals around, she was actually doing something and bringing the Heidelberg mayor in his very packed itinerary to the chamber, to King's College to see their solar panels, which of course we all support. So I just really want to thank you for all your service. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and may I be the 5th to congratulate you? I want to say a few words about Dinah and Adam, and every mayor brings a theme to her mayoral year, and we have been so lucky that in Dinah's case it has been music, arts and culture, because without that we aren't living, we're just existing. I'm not going to speak for long. I'm just going to say that Dinah's mayoralty has been teamwork and there have been a lot of volunteers involved. And we have a small Green Party tradition in that we have a gift for the outgoing mayor. And I have a little book here. It is in Labour Red and it is called Divine Dicks and Mortal Pricks, Greek Myths for Feminists. I cannot think of a better person to give it to than our former Mayor Dinah Pound, so I'm about to do that now. Thank you.
Councillor Pounds, would you like to respond to the motion?
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. It's been a real pleasure to work with you all. I've been a councillor for 5 years, and this, particularly this last year, has been just such fun, such a lovely time, and one that I will treasure. We are moving now to a new phase in Cambridge's history, challenging times ahead, but I am sure that the historic role of Mayor of Cambridge will continue to be an anchor and a source of joy to our residents in the future. And congratulations, Councillor Clemenson. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I haven't got the right pair of glasses on. Councillor Clemenson on your appointment as Mayor. So being Mayor only works because of excellent teamwork. And I would just like to say a special thank you to a few people who've made this year so fabulous. So first of all, Adam, my consort, has been terrific, really great. You could ask for, always full of gentle advice and support, so thank you. I'd also like to thank Councillor Richard Swift, who has been a superb Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much, Richard. Played his part fully, and between us we've tried to ensure that everyone who wants a mayoral figure at an event has got one. So thank you so much, Richard, for all your hard work. I'd also like to say thank you to Devin, my chaplain, because he's been a terrific support. I think he may have had to leave, yes. But thank you very much to Devin for his guidance and support. It's meant a lot to me. So thank you also to Liam, my cadet. Every mayor has a cadet, and Liam has been terrific, turning up at events and supporting the mayor and looking very smart. So thank you very much, Liam. Yeah. And thank you to Carl, mace bearer. Excellent at unhooking chains, but really, you've been great, really good, especially at organising processions as well. It's been really lovely to have you around, so thank you very much, Carl. Peter over there, the mace bearers, who also come up on processions and keep our traditions going. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Canon Jutta and Great St Mary's. Thank you for providing such a wonderful service. All our civic events, remembrancings are so beautifully done. So thank you very much. We've very much appreciated. Thank you to Democratic Services, Robert and Dan and Tom, for being so lovely and well organised. And especially thank you to Mel and Kathy in the Mayor's office, without which nothing would have happened. So thank you all so very much. And thank you to you, my fellow Labour group and all councillors, because it's a team and we've worked well together. And I know how hard work being a councillor is, so thank you all very much. It's been an honour to work alongside you. And finally, I just would like to talk about my very last gig as Mayor, because it was a flight over Cambridge, courtesy of Christopher Walkinshaw and Marshall's Aerospace. And, well, you see, Cambridge laid out like a map, and I was allowed to fly the plane. And that was an experience of a lifetime, which I shall treasure forever. So thank you all very much.
Now to agenda item 4, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillor Payne. Could members please advise if they know of any apologies that I have missed? Agenda item 5. We now move to declarations of interest. Do members have any interest to declare? Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during debates. Councillor Ashton.
Yes, I'd just like to make the following declarations of interest because there's been confusion in the press over various politicians. So I'd like to confirm that I pay my council tax I voted at the local elections. I didn't work for the Ministry of Justice, and I've never been a spokesman for the Red Cross.
Good to know, thank you. Oh, Councillor Bajan.
Congratulations,
please.
congratulations, Mayor. I am a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Councillor Tong.
Congratulations, Mayor. I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Councillor Nestor.
Congratulations, Mayor. And I'm a member, apologies for getting carried away. I'm actually a trustee of the Museum of Cambridge. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmore, please.
I'm a member of CamCycle.
Councillor Hussain, please.
Madam Mayor, can I ask you a question? So we are doing a declaration or about our declaration, what our interest. But is it Cambridge City Council, who we are sitting here, are we doing anything about CamCycle or campaigning for cycle? So why this thing is declaration, every meeting, which one is not relevant in this meeting?
Thanks for that. I'll move on. Councillor Bajan.
If you'd like me to explain, Mayor, I can. I think it's important that we register our membership of Cam City Council because I, in particular, personally fight for the increase in the use of cycling and active travel throughout my role as a councillor. And so therefore I think it's important for my affinity to that group to be registered here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Griffin.
Congratulations, Madam Mayor. I am a member of CamCycle.
Thank you. Councillor Illingworth, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations on being elected. I'm also a member of CamCycle.
Thank you, everybody. I think I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. Agenda item 6, the approval of the minutes of the meetings held on 26th of February and 19th of March 2026. Can I approve the minutes which can be found on pages 5 to 48, the 26th of February meeting, and pages 49 to 52 of your agenda for the March? Okay, I'll take that as approved. Okay. At the moment, I don't have any announcements, but I may well do in the future. So we'll move on from agenda item 7 to agenda item 8. To note the returning officer's report that the following have been elected to the officer of councillor. I would like to warmly welcome those newly elected and returning councillors who won seats at the recent elections held on May 7th. For the record, these are the following councillors: Maria Clemenson, Sapphira Davison, Alex Sage, Ross McPherson, Sarah McManus, Sarah Haithcock, Martin Smart, Katie Porrer, Eleanor Toy-Scott, Catherine Fisher, Amanda Taylor, Jackie Whitmore, Olaf Hawke and Jim Grimwood, Richard Swift. Welcome and congratulations to us all. I am sure on behalf of us here in the Chamber, I place on record thanks to former councillors for their contributions to the work of this great council and city. Agenda item 9, election of bailiffs. Have we any nominations for bailiffs? Councillor Thornborough.
Councillor Robert Dryden and Councillor Russ McPherson.
Oh, and Councillor Vick.
Councillor John Grimwood and Councillor Bob Illingworth.
Does the council agree these appointments? Great. That concludes the ceremonial part of the meeting. Would members and guests please wait in the chamber whilst I make my way to the large hall to greet you. Officers will open the back doors to the chamber to exit through when ready. We shall adjourn for 1 hour. And so we move on to agenda item 10, election of the leader of the council. I call for nominations for leader of the City Council. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie Thornborough, Councillor Katie Thornborough.
Are there any seconders, please? Councillor Gardner-Smith. Are there any other nominations? I now will move to the electronic vote. Councillor Hussain.
Sorry, madam. So there is not any more nominations. So only one person. So do we...
Yeah. You can nominate someone. You'd need somebody to second that person as well. Okay. We'll just move on to the vote. Thank you very much, Councillor Hussain. Okay. Sorry. Councillor Glassberg, is your voting thing not working?
So we can...
I can confirm it is working, Councillor Glasberg.
It is working. So the results of the votes are 17 for Councillor Thornborough, 23 against. That means the nomination is defeated. Have we, Councillor Bick?
Madam Mayor, I wonder if I could suggest that we have a recess so that the party groups here can confer on what is the appropriate next step.
Do we have a seconder? Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett. I'm happy to have a recess now of half an hour. Thanks. Hi, I just want to start by Councillor Hussain sends his apologies, but he had to do school pickup, which was very reasonable at this time. Right, first, election of the leader of the council. I call for nominations for the leader of the City Council. Councillor Davey.
Councillor Thornborough, Madam Mayor.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Gardner-Smith.
Yes, I wish to second Councillor Thornborough.
Excellent. Are there any other nominations? Okay then, so we shall move to a vote.
Oh, apologies, Madam Mayor, but it's the custom that whoever is nominated to do a speech, so could I make request to actually for the nominated person to give a speech, please. Thank you.
Oh, yep, sorry. You're very welcome. Councillor Davey.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and can I also offer my congratulations on you becoming the Mayor, and also to say thank you and welcome to all the new councillors that have arrived in the chamber today. This is unusual, it would be fair to say, but I'd particularly like to welcome Councillor Fisher and look forward to working with her in Petersfield with Councillor Thornborough over the coming 2 years. I'd like to start by talking about Petersfield, oddly enough. It's 100 years since we had the first Labour councillor in Petersfield, Major Dermot Freyer, who became renowned not just as the first Labour councillor for Petersfield, but also for his outspoken views about the obscenities relayed by James Joyce, bizarrely. Thankfully, that's not something that we've indulged in subsequently, but it does mean that there is a tradition of Petersfield councillors having things to say beyond just the political. Why Petersfield's important is that just as we had our first councillor over 100 years ago in the Labour Party, with Katie joined Petersfield as a councillor nearly 100 years later. And I have pleasure in nominating Katie, who I've known for 10 years now. And why it's important to me, why I have this pleasure, I'm going to outline briefly, Madam Mayor. Katie was the councillor for Trumpington for 3 years and then became the councillor for Petersfield. And her knowledge and experience has been renowned from the period of time that she's been in. I think particularly important, and why I think we wanted to make this speech, and forgive me for indulging the council, is that the city's moved on. The results of 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, demonstrated that the views of this city are not as was a fortnight ago, or indeed 5 years ago, or indeed 10 years ago. And whilst it's been a privilege and honour for us to be in charge for the last 12 years, nonetheless, we have to recognise that things have shifted. Katie's knowledge and ability in planning in particular is worth highlighting. She's been a fantastic presence in making sure that the changes that affect this great city are done in favour of this great city, so that growth does not trample over all that's going on, so that green space becomes a vital element of how this city develops. Katie has been part of that through her work through the local plan. Katie has been advocating sustainable growth throughout that period of time, being an advocate of tackling climate change throughout that period of time. Views and ethics that I suspect everybody in this chamber would support. So it's about the way she works as much as what she's believed in that becomes important. It's about collaboration. It's about trying to ensure that we work as best as we possibly can, recognising what happened a fortnight ago, but in the interests of the residents of this city. And that's why I am so proud to nominate Katie. There are elections for last fortnight, which have been interesting. But what's intriguing is that the common themes that come out of those negotiations, the policies, i.e. what people want to actually do, are remarkably similar, i.e. more affordable council homes. Tackling the issue, the mighty issue of the civic quarter, and I think that there are differences in that. Delivering a budget, making sure our community grants are maintained, and that the local plan is delivered back to the point that Katie has been such a great advocate for in a sustainable, green way. And therefore, when I look to who should be the leader of this council going forward for the next 2 years, to me, the person who has the greatest skills and ability to do that is Katie Thornborough. And therefore, I'd be delighted to nominate her as our next leader. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Davey. Councillor Gardner-Smith.
Yes, I'd like to say a few words to second Councillor Thornborough as leader today. I want to talk about 3 leadership qualities that I believe Katie has in spades. First, inclusivity. The second, vision. And the third, empathy. I first met Katie really when she was trying to persuade me to stand for election. And I have to say, I was not sure. You know, I'm a mum of 2 young kids. I've got a busy job working in refugee justice issues. And I worried that despite my desire to do it, whether I would have the time to really fulfill the role properly. And Katie was determined to persuade me I could do it. And the reason she was determined to persuade me was because she told me that this chamber is better for having a more diverse group of people, a more diverse group of views and perspectives on life. And I think we can see that around the chamber today. And I want to echo the comments from Councillor Davey in terms of welcoming those new members to the chamber today, and particularly to Councillor Whitmore, who I look forward to working with in Romsey. So inclusivity, I think, is a quality that Katie brings in spades. And you can see that in her work with Cambridge Room as well. You know, Katie doesn't want to just extend inclusivity to this chamber. She wants to bring people into the work of this chamber in a way that I think is deeply refreshing. You know, the work of Cambridge Room is all about how we can extend public consultation and get people actively involved in the work of the council and in the life of this city. And I believe deeply that that is such an important part of what we do here in the chamber, and a real leadership quality that we could benefit from. And I think, you know, if you think about, if I think about Katie's story, personal story, there is a lot that is rooted in that. So Katie was born in Hong Kong. She, in many ways, is a sort of classic story of an immigrant. You know, came over to study, built a business in, your architecture practice, contributed, built a life here, worked hard and wanted to give back. But I think there's a deeper story as well when you get to know Katie that she will open up about, which is the story of her grandmother. And her grandmother, having spent 4 years as a prisoner of war, in a prisoner of war camp, with 3 young kids, including Katie's mum. And the stories of that time that Katie talks about being passed down and relived amongst the family, I think is very telling of the roots of your belief in social justice and community, because it's not just a story of suffering, it's a story of community, of family, of pulling together and solidarity. And again, that is Katie to the T. So I said vision. I think Katie is a visionary. Katie is interested and has a deep belief in social justice, but that's not. It doesn't just stick to one issue. It's not just about planning and place. It's about the environment. It's about food justice. It's about anti-poverty. It's about anti-racism and refugee work, which is so rooted in your own personal story, and you can see throughout everything that Katie does. And I think she would bring that vision to the leadership of the council in a way that I think we would all benefit from. And finally, I mentioned empathy. I think empathy can sometimes be lacking in politics. I think we might have seen that a bit today. But Katie has empathy in absolute spades. Some people may not know Katie has had a bout of ill health, but it was actually during that time when I had a miscarriage that she reached out directly to me and asked if there was anything she could do. Could she take on part of my role as group secretary? Could she take on anything to lift the burden from me, despite going through her own struggles at the time? And I think that is Katie, down to a T. She's thinking of others. She's always thinking about how she can make sure that people are included and can really fulfill their own potential in this chamber. I just want to take a moment to thank everybody's significant others, actually, for helping us do this work in this chamber, whether that's friends, family, loved ones. It's not just our role, but it's actually those people that really help us do this job. And I think, you know, you can see that in the support that Katie also gets from Bill, who's sitting behind us. My daughter turned 3 yesterday, and on the bike ride to take her to nursery this morning, she said to me, "Mummy, I'm a strong, brave woman." And I said, "Yes, you are, darling." And Katie is a strong, brave woman. Katie has strength through her empathy and her inclusivity. And she has the bravery to empathise with others and to lead and to deliver on her vision of social justice for this city. And I would be incredibly proud to see her as leader, and I'm delighted to second her today.
Thank you for that beautiful and emotive speech there. So are there any other nominations after that? No? Then I think we shall, if everyone's happy, we shall move to an electronic vote. So I'm afraid that we've got exactly the same result again, 17 for Councillor Thornborough and 22 against. So I think if there are no further nominations, we should probably adjourn for today. And my respected colleagues would hopefully... I'll pass over to Tom to discuss the legal... sorry, Councillor Smart.
Just a point of order. I mean, if they don't like our nomination, why don't they put forward somebody? I don't hear any nominations from that side of the chamber. You're just wasting our time here.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've had 10 days of negotiations and 3 hours today of discussions between a range of parties. I'm puzzled as to know why we're then taking another 10 days to come back and discuss further. And if we are, could we please have some guidance from the Chief Executive about what the process will be in terms of when we come back and what should be agreed by then? Because at the moment, we're spending an awful lot of time actually discussing very little. And I'd like to know, if you like, a process that would take before we adjourn. Thank you very much, Mayor.
It's Councillor Todd Jones, and congratulations, Madam Mayor. Just to say, we are here to serve the residents of Cambridge, not to engage in party political discussions that, well, non-discussions that we're having here. So please, can we sort this out?
Councillor Bainton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not really party to all of this because the massignations are going on around me. What I'm concerned about is what about the political process at the moment? Who is in charge of the council right at this minute? Is this in the hands of the Chief Executive, or do we have political control in this interim period?
I'm going to pass over to Tom Liu as our legal expert here.
So, Councillor Bajan, thank you for the point you raised there. In terms of the council and how the council has to operate, it is enabled by the Local Government Act 1972 and various other pieces of legislation. And there is a constitution which underpins its governance and its operation. The council is required to appoint a leader, and I think we're all aware of a long stop date for that appointment, which is the 2nd of June. If we fail to appoint appoint that leader, if we fail to have that means for delegations and all sorts of other things which flow through the leader, it is very, very problematic and difficult for the council to operate, because in terms of how it is empowered, how it is set up, both constitutionally and in terms of legislation, it has to have that leader. We operate a leader cabinet model. That's been our selection from the options available to us, others being committee system and all the other stuff I won't go into. So in terms of where we are now, we are in a hiatus, as it were. So substantive decision making is simply not possible at the moment or advisable. So in terms of a message I'd like to give to members for the period we'd like to have now before a reconvened council, it is vital that we do have a leader appointed, and that would be my comment there.
So I'm coming back because...
Councillor Bajan.
Yeah, thank you. Who's in charge? Is there a political control, or are now we controlled by the chief executive? Who will make decisions about money being spent? Who will make decisions about the civic quarter? How does that happen?
I think that was answered by...
I don't think it was answered.
No, I think the answer is there will be no major decisions made until we find a leader, which has been the case for the last week, and we haven't fallen apart yet. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I sit here today. I've been a councillor for many years, and I'm really sad to see that we've gone through this today and nothing's been decided. We are not thinking of our residents. Our residents are the most important thing, not us as councillors or whatever we are. Our residents are the ones we should be looking after. They are now going to find out that there's no council for them to come to if they've got problems, issues. What do? It is so, so sad, and I hope everyone feels sad as well.
I think we can all still do councillor work, so they do have somewhere to go. Councillor Nestor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, this morning I was very excited. I think I tried to count heads as to how many women were actually in the role of councillor. And I was very proud to see, I believe it's a majority of women today that are representing the city, which is something that the suffragette movement would have been so proud of. Like, generations, they fought so hard, and now we sit here. It's a power that is given to us by no matter what political party you are, but it's a power and an honor given to you by the residents. We have Eva Hartree all those years ago, and I would say today she might be looking rather sad as to what is happening. Think of the residents, and I would urge the opposition to stop playing games. We're here for our residents and to represent them. Like democracy, of course, we have opposition parties, but democracy and the rule of law is so important that if we don't respect that, then we'll become into something very different. Thank you.
Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Mayor. Since the elections, negotiations have taken place between the leaders of all the parties over a considerable amount of time. And before this morning's meeting, assurances were given about what was going to happen. And it's become obvious, yes, Madam Mayor, you're shaking your head, I know why. And those assurances have been ripped up. And we spent 3 hours now trying to find the leader, 2 votes which have been exactly the same, and we're told to go away and come back. So when we come back, what assurances are being given by the opposition to say we will come to a conclusion? Because at the moment, none of us on this side can see what's going to happen. There's been no nominations from the parties opposite, so will they nominate next time round? Or can they be told they have to put a nomination forward? Because if we come back in a few days' time and we go through this again, where are we? What are the residents thinking about what's going on? We're grown-up people. Stand up, be counted, put your names forward. You want to be in charge of this council, put your name forward, let's vote on it, and let the residents see who's in charge. Not what we've got now, totally hung.
Councillor Vick, please.
The voting's still there. Madam Mayor, I hadn't expected we were going to start having a debate about this now. It's not the way it looks on the agenda, but I'm perfectly happy to say something, and I'll intend to keep my my language about this as sort of uninflammatory as I can be, because I don't think it's helpful to do anything else at the moment, and I think some of the tone over there is not really conducive to achieve the outcome members opposite say they really want. I think that we all face a challenge after the election on the 7th of May, and that challenge is shared by all of us. What happened on the 7th of May was that there is no single party with the right to dictate terms here, and a solution needs to be arrived at whereby some sort of stable decision-making for the interests of the residents can be reached. There have been discussions going on over the past 10 days. I have been part of that process. My group has made very clear the approach it would have to the running of this council, and that is to reflect within a cabinet the proportions of the council, of the three parties on this council. It's our view that when we're talking about three progressive parties in a progressive city, this should not be something that is beyond us all. I would like us still to achieve something of that kind. I think that what we've just heard from the party opposite is a pity, because it sort of presupposes that the party that used to control this council is still controlling this council, and that the only solution that they insist on is their own. And I think that in order to get to a different solution, and maybe a better solution, is to allow time to see if it can be arrived at. And I think that if that proves to be what the majority of this council wants to try and do, then the impatience of members opposite is really not appropriate, and a little bit sort of a sock in the face to the way the voters voted. Because it's not that everyone here is trying to preclude the involvement of the Labour Party in the running of this council. It's not our position. We recognise that it's still actually the largest group on this council. But I think simply to expect the council to accept a solution, even on the second time of asking, which assumes that a cabinet is formed of Labour councillors, of 100% Labour councillors, who under our current constitution would end up taking 95% of the decisions on their own without recourse to the wider group here. And I think that we do need to get that squared with the election result. And I do think that if it takes another week to try and arrive at that, then we should take that time. I don't believe there is panic or a chaos. In actual fact, after the typical city council elections, the period of time between polling day and our AGM would have normally taken us to Thursday of next week. There is nothing about a crisis that is going to occur because of that. That is the normal length of time that this council takes from taking an election result into the appointment of a leader, a mayor, and so on and so forth. So I really think that we should just keep a little bit cool and remember that it is the residents who voted, just the same as it's the residents who are looking for a fair way of running their city. And they would expect us to act in a cooperative and a patient way, if necessary, to try and achieve it. Thank you.
I know Councillor Thornborough and Councillor Gawthorpe both would like to speak, and Councillor Davison. Shall we, after that, maybe bring the debate to the end? Oh, sorry, I can't see. Okay, so let's just have 4 more people speaking, and then see where we're at then. Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Oh, sorry. I have worked with Tim Bick for several... Son. I have worked with Tim Bick and many of his members very collaboratively and very successfully and with enjoyment. I've also worked with Naomi Bennett and Jean and Hugh with enjoyment, and we've been a really good council collectively. I have gone out of my way to work with green issues across the city. And we need to get on and make a decision about a leader. It may be that Tim could put his name forward, or you, Naomi. If we have we have put our case forward about our leader. We are prepared to be in opposition, and we would still work constructively and collaboratively, and we would do everything possible for the best, the needs of the council and our residents. We have not said that we wouldn't work with you in that way, and if you were to put your name forward today, and if that was the democratic decision going forward, we would then go and talk about the scrutiny committees, and we would enable the council to get on. We are prepared to work. We have a proposal about a way to work. You can propose a way. We feel that one of us could be a leader, and we will respect the democratic decision of the councillors in this chamber. But that's, our proposal has not been accepted. I'd really value proposals from you. If we were in opposition, we would be constructive and collaborative. We would continue to work in our wards, and we would continue to do what we could for the council and the greater region.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, and then...
Well, I'd certainly like to support what Councillor Thornborough has just said. What we don't want to be is a leaderless, rudderless council. Now, I know, Councillor Bick, that you've mentioned that this is making a decision, trying to make a decision faster than you perhaps would like. But my concern is that we have got to have a forward plan. We need to be working for our residents. Okay, some of it we can do, but there are big things that we have to deliver. We need to set up a working group. That's a new initiative. A cross-party working group to look at the budget. I have to say, I think I've worked very well cross-party with Councillor Porrier last year on the scrutiny committees. We want those to continue. So this is why, and this is really important for delivering our services, delivering changes to take account of the growth, the new draft local plan, other changes to do with the unitary authority, perhaps. All those things need to be taken forward. Policy developments, which are going to be difficult unless we have a leader elected, whoever that may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, and I will welcome corrections if I'm wrong, that at the tender age of 26, I am currently the baby of the house. So I apologise if some of the things I'm about to say seem naive. I've heard and welcome the remarks from Councillor Bick that this is not, in fact, a crisis, that we are on a comparatively normal timeline, because I think given the tenor, both in the room and in the recesses outside it, there has been a certain frantic energy from an awful lot of people. And I also welcome the remarks from Councillor Thornborough that you are, in fact, looking for collaborative arrangements from and with other parties. I think this is fantastic news. And I think given that we have been having negotiations as 3 parties already, Yes, they have not produced a result by the time we would have liked a result to be here, but we have been having those negotiations. To me, it seems the obvious solution to continue those negotiations to a conclusion rather than rush them. I don't know how transferable this is to all age groups, but I can certainly tell you that when I speak to someone who's very keen to rush me into a deal because we absolutely have to get it right this second, I'm either about to walk away or about to lose an awful lot of money. So from my perspective, I think the sensible option is to do as recommended by Councillor Bick and several other voices in the interim. And on that note, I'd like to move for an adjournment, please.
So, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I'd just like to, my point was actually about the adjournment, but I'd just like to say that one of the things that you have to do as a councillor is to make decisions, and sometimes those decisions have to be relatively quick. They obviously always need thought and to be the best decision possible, so this isn't something we should do lightly. But sometimes you have to make the best decision in the circumstances, even though neither may be your absolutely preferred option, but you have to keep the council moving forward in the right direction. And then my point was, if we are going to adjourn, could we please have an evening meeting so that those of us that work don't need to take another day off? Thank you.
Well said.
So we've had a motion to adjourn. Could we have a vote, please? Just a show of hands. Oh, it was seconded by Naomi. Yeah. So the absolute deadline for us to have made a decision, which we definitely will, is the 2nd of June. Does it make sense for us to meet again in the evening of the 2nd of June? Preferably before.
Could I propose that it's the day before? Because we, just in case, it seems that we shouldn't cut it down to the final day. So I think the 1st is a Monday.
Shall we go for Monday the 1st of June then? In the evening? Shall we say, is 5:30 too early or 6? Preference for 6? 6 p.m. on the 1st of June then. Thanks very much. Councillor.
Sorry, Masha. Forgive me. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Madam Mayor. There may well be people who have work commitments on that day. And bearing in mind and respecting what Councillor Bick has said, can there be some ability to pair? Because otherwise you could get into a situation in such a tight description whereby some people, through no fault of their own, can't be here, and yet other people and other parties benefit. So I'm asking, is there potential for negotiation across all three parties, or is that not feasible? Bearing in mind, this was not an expected meeting date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm really sorry, Councillor Davey. I've just consulted with the officer and the legal representative, and we have no constitutional allowance for that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a show of hands for those willing to come back again on the 1st of June at 6 p.m? So that's 22 in favour. Is anyone voting against? And abstaining? And it's 17 abstaining. So it is passed. Thank you very much. That concludes the meeting for today.